Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to Rule of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Jen, filling in for Rem today. And today we're talking with co-authors Erik, Scott B, and Amanda Cherry about their new book, Femmes Fatale and more. Stay tuned because you won't want to miss it. Be sure to type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to be entered in a chance to win the 2-novel set of Femmes Fatale and an eye for an eye for one lucky winner tonight. Don't forget, you can get bonus entries by subscribing and donating bits through the Twitch chat. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. In Rem Alternis news, don't forget to check out Subversion, the new cyberpunk fantasy tabletop role-playing game by Fragging Unicorns game, coming soon to Kickstarter. I guarantee you Subversion does not have uniforms in it. Build your community and subvert authority at every turn in this gritty Neo-Babylon setting. Follow the project now before it goes live at the link in the chat. And be sure to check out Exit Vector. It's an aerial combat minis game coming to Kickstarter this year. Give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on the Exit Vector and follow the link in the chat to check out the project. Don't forget to enter your email. Now, time to get right into the conversation with this week's guests. Stay tuned, RemPCs.
We're good.
Welcome back, everybody, and let's give a nice warm welcome to our lovely guests for this week, Erik DeBee and Amanda Cherry. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So why don't y'all tell me, what's your history as gamers, since this is a gaming stream?
Well, I got into gaming mostly through Dungeons & Dragons back in 5th or 6th grade, which would have been the very late 80s for me, and have been playing games ever since. I do fantasy games, sci-fi games, superhero games. I have run Justice, Vengeance, and Cobalt City superhero games on several occasions with different systems, and that has gone pretty well. And I also am a professional game designer. Most of my stuff is through Wizards of the Coast, although I have also done a little bit of like Pathfinder stuff and some Iron Kingdoms stuff. And my name will crop up periodically if you have a big collection.
And as for me, started pretty much at the same time. It was D&D in the back of the school bus to and from a school I went to one day a week in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And we sort of had the same group of nerds and the same 1d20 between us all. I mean, this was 1988 that got started. It was very much at the height of the Satanic Panic, and I grew up in the buckle of the Bible Belt on the Gulf Coast. So it really was like there was one book, there was one D20, and it was a secret that we were doing this, just in case anybody's parents would go bananas. I was very fortunate. My parents didn't care. So then I wound up also occasionally playing D&D at my house with the same group of friends, but I did not own the book. That was not my book. So it was like, try to remember the rules, make it up as you go along. Sort of got into the freeform storytelling, diceless gaming situation kind of early, out of necessity, because nobody had the source books. I was also very fortunate to be around some really encouraging adults when I was in middle school. So we had a teacher that ran Star Frontiers for us, which I loved. I'm a sci-fi girly. So I was like, anything that could make me feel like I'm on the Starship Enterprise is A plus. And since then, I have enjoyed gaming in lots of different forms. Shadowrun is probably my favorite system, which surprises people because I hate math. But when run well and by someone who remembers that we don't do role play games to do math, I think it's really fun. I love the world building. I also have written professionally for a tabletop role play game in 2018. I was one of the writers on Acute Paranoia, which is very exciting. This is one of my partner's favorite games. When I got that job, his mind was blown. Recently, I joined a live play D&D stream, thanks to my precious co-author over there inviting me. And that is super fun. We are the Dungeon Scrawlers, and I play in the Grey Mantle cast. And yeah, that's forever and always.
Yeah, she plays a tiefling bard who just solves every problem by shouting really loudly, and she calls it music. It's a thing, you know. Yes, I do run, or well, I am one of the founding members of the Dungeon Scrollers stream. I ran a campaign there for 3 years and just finished up the main campaign, and now we're doing lots of spin-off stuff, including the Grey Mantle game, which is kind of a very dark sort of noirish sort of fantasy world. It's very cool.
That sounds really great and very interesting because y'all are both authors. How I imagine that those stories are a little bit different from people who don't have necessarily a writing background like you do. So we've heard about when you started gaming, which is basically at the beginning. When did y'all first start writing?
Amanda, you want to take this one first?
I wrote a book when I was 6 years old, on typing paper at the card table while my mom was wrapping Christmas presents. It was very bad, but you couldn't tell me that. And my dad, so proud that his first grader had just written a very bad book, had it printed and bound and gave it to people. I have a copy here. When he died, they found a copy in his desk. They sent it to me. So I have a copy somewhere. It's bad. I then discovered, but I did not know the word yet, but I discovered fan fiction as an art form in like second grade, I would say, maybe third grade, very, very early. And so I've sort of always written stories. I joke that like I am super equipped for any IP project you want to send my way, because I have spent most of my life taking whatever I consume in media and finding ways to throw my own stories at it. And yeah, I wrote fan fiction all through high school and college, and then and my young adult life also. Then I was working professionally as an actor, and we wound up moving to Europe for a year and a half because of my partner's work. And because of Brexit, I could not work in the UK with an EU work visa, but I also, because of my command of the German language, could not work in Germany. So I got invited to contribute to an anthology, and I was like, y'all, when I said I wanted to write about this character, I was talking about writing fanfic. Like, I don't do this for real. And but I had nothing else to do. Like, I had nothing better to do with my time. So I'm like, you know what? Why not? This is going to be one of those stories I tell someday about this really big, cool thing I tried to do and completely fell flat on my face trying, except that then they bought the story. And then I was like, this character loses her magic powers in this short story. It'd be really great if I could write a novel of her getting them back. And to everyone's surprise, they're like, yeah, we'd publish that. And so now I'm a writer.
So I think I wrote my first real story when I was in grade school, probably. I was probably in third grade or something. It was an illustrated story about aliens, two alien species fighting each other. They were both suspiciously stick figure-like, but they had significant differences, and they took them out on each other with dotted line weaponry. From there, I just kind of played around with some writing. The first real long form piece that I wrote was a D&D character backstory that I wrote in 6th grade, which was supposed to be like 4 pages long and ended up being 40 pages long. And I was like, well, that's weird. How did that happen? So the next year I started writing a novel, and the first novel I actually finished writing, I was 14 or 15 or something. And then I just kind of kept practicing thereafter. I published my first novel in 2005. It's called Ghostwalker. It's a in the Forgotten Realms setting. I went on to publish several more novels through Forgotten Realms, and then I started publishing my own stuff. The World of Ruin series is a post-apocalyptic fantasy series. It's kind of like, I describe it as being like Game of Thrones meets Fallout. Um, there was a magical nuclear war, and everybody dug deep underground to survive. And yeah, it's very cool. And when I moved to Seattle, I met Nathan Crowder, who is one of the originators of the Cobalt City universe, which originally came from a game itself, from a Mutants and Masterminds game played in the 90s. And Nate and I really hit it off, and I did some writing in his setting. He said, "Hey, I'm putting this anthology out. It's called Time Slip. It's about, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey business. Would you like to write a story in it?" And I'm like, "Sure." I'm gonna put in this character, Lady Vengeance. That's her right there. If you could see, who is my main character, who would go on to be in Femmes Fatale, and then this novel Libations for the Dead, which is subject of a Kickstarter. And the story was great. I really liked it. I got a bunch of good reviews. I got one review that was really negative, and I was like, I kind of like how that's phrased, because the reviewer accused me of writing women like I had never met one. And I was like, "Ooh, this is good. What makes you say that?" And then I read specifically, and it was, she swears too much. She makes bad moral choices, and she's not aspirational. And I'm like, perfect. This is exactly the character that I want to write about. So I have not changed my ways. There's lots of swearing and lots of snark and lots of bad choices. So,
well, that sounds like a real woman to me. So I appreciate those kinds of characters for sure. So you did actually touch on my next question, which was your contribution in the gaming industry and writing for some established worlds. How about some of the worlds that you've created on your own?
well, I briefly touched on the World of Ruin that I created. Which, yes, is sort of named after the world in Final Fantasy VI. I happen to be a large Final Fantasy fan. That's pretty much where the similarity ends, unless you count the Magitech stuff, the weapons that shoot lasers powered by magic. It's great. Go check it out. And I have created a number of other settings for other things that I've written. I wrote a book called Blind Justice, which is it's set in a world similar to ours, but like angels and demons are real things. And my character is a demon who is going around killing people who are abusive assholes, essentially. Like it came out during like the 2014 2015 period of a lot of extremely toxic guys harassing a lot of women online about geek stuff and gamer stuff, and I'm part of these communities, and I'm like, no, this is not okay, not okay. And so it came from a very great place of anger, that particular book. So that setting is very similar to the world that we live in, with a few tweaks. Cobalt City and Justice Vengeance are also kind of similar to the world we live in, with a few tweaks as well. I created the Justice Vengeance setting, which is set here on the West Coast. They are actually operating out of Seattle. And it wasn't my intention necessarily to attach it to the Cobalt City universe, but that's where I first wrote a story about Lady Vengeance. And it was in a situation where she could have gone through dimensions to a different world, right? Because there was this weird time storm going on. But I was like, no, I like how these universes interact, and I'd like to explore this further. So our two worlds are not entirely the same world, but they're very close. They're connected. So, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like great fun. I'm a huge post-apocalyptic fan, just in general. So I'm very excited to go and check these things out. Um, Amanda, you had mentioned briefly that you had a career as an actress.
Good.
Can we talk about that and how maybe that tied into your love of nerdy things?
Sure. So my first career was in musical theater. My second was in corporate PR, and my third was in film and television. Because it turns out 9 to 5 is like no, I'm more of a 5 to 9 girl. And what I've discovered about all this now, yeah, theater is a place for the nerds and the geeks and the outcasts and the weirdos. And like, yes, that is where if you are not mainstream, whatever that means, where you're from, where I'm from, that was football, that was cheerleading, that was soccer, that was running track. Your girl's got bad joints and asthma. It was not doing that. I was a ballet kid, and the first thing I ever got paid for was singing in a band on my 15th birthday. So I just was this like artsy kid. I wrote stories for fun, and I got up on stage for money, and I surrounded myself by other people who did similar things, by people who maybe they were like super science nerd kid, and that was the person that's going to run all the wiring for the light system or the sound system. People who were cosplayers as a hobby, and they were there doing costumes, and they all taught us how to sew. So you really do sort of find your home base and your safe people. And when you find your safe people, if they're truly safe people, that gives you the opportunity to explore who you are and to be open and vulnerable. And it turns out it's all storytelling. Getting on stage as an actor, embodying a character, you are just bringing one piece of the story into a collaborative storytelling situation. And tabletop roleplay games is the same thing. When you are part of a cast in a tabletop roleplay game, it is this amalgam of repertory and improv. You're playing the same character every week. You understand them, you get to know them, you get in their head, you know what their decision matrix is like in any given situation. So you can react organically as the character, but at the same time, you don't know what situations are coming. You're not reading off a script. You don't know what line you're about to be fed. So as an actor, gaming is actually really fascinating, fun hobby and way to sort of keep your chops sharp. But yeah, I've loved working as an actor. I got to do the thing where I quit my day job, which was cool. Like not everybody gets there. You've probably never seen me in anything unless you watch the Boeing HR video. But hey, listen, I was great in the Boeing HR video.
Sure,
But like I did a TV pilot. I've done some small films, and I will never stop working as an actor. I'm still a member of the Screen Actors Guild. Will keep my union membership till the day I die. But yeah, I think when I approach writing a book now, I very much get into each character's head. There's a reason I write the dialogue first 85% of the time, because what those exchanges are and how those characters are feeling about those exchanges versus what they're willing to say is I think why my books are any good. It's all character. It's all storytelling.
That is a really interesting approach to novel writing, and that's definitely makes a lot of sense based on your history. So, can you tell us some of the worlds that you've worked on and that you've built?
I am actually really terrible at world building. I'm telling you, I'm an IP girl. I've worked in Cobalt City, and I've definitely added on to the mythos there. There had never been a character that was quite as much sorceress as my girl. There was a lot of superpowers, but there was very little like flat out, we call it magic. So I did do that. I worked in the Strowlers universe for Zombie Orpheus. I had a blast injecting magic into World War II and punching Nazis. When in doubt, always punch a Nazi. Yeah, it's fun. And then I've got a book actually that I'm querying right now it's like a second world fantasy, very diesel punk, airship crash, big mountain full of robots and evil people. And so hopefully someday that will be something people get to read. But, publishing is what publishing is. So who knows?
Publishing is a difficult business.
Writing is art, publishing is commerce.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
when you take the art and say, I would like to do some commerce with this right now, the things that have to line up to make it happen, it's a wonder anything ever gets published.
Well, speaking of published, y'all just co-authored Femmes Fatale, which was released just a little while ago. Can y'all tell us what that's about and why we should read it?
So
what's it about?
All right. So I mentioned that I had written about this character, Lady Vengeance. She's a former superhero who's been in hiding since people think that she was part of the thing that killed her super team, that she was behind it. And she has been suffering with guilt and self-medicating against, the voices in her head telling her that she was responsible, that kind of thing, for quite some time. And eventually she goes to face her nemesis, the Raven, out of a mixture of like guilt and self-destruction and like, okay, let's just get it over with. You've been looking for me for 15 years now. Let's get this over with. And then she gets there, faces him, gets horribly wounded, goes, "I'll screw this. I want to live," and then tries to get out and ends up teleported to Cobalt City. And what ensues there is the Eye for an Eye book, which is the first Cobalt City book with Lady Vengeance in it. It is there that she befriends a superhero by the name of Jacob Stevens, who is also named Stardust. Now, one can describe him as the Iron Man of the Cobalt City universe.
But one can also describe him as a cinnamon roll with golden retriever energy.
Nate describes him as the Booster Gold of the Cobalt City universe, which I think is pretty funny. Anyway, so they make a connection. It's not like a romantic thing. He's happily married. He has a family, but they're obviously like drawn to each other, right? She's broken and hurt but needs a friend, right? And he's so friendly. He's a great friend. So anyway, what happens to him then, Amanda?
So then my girl, this picks up in a book called Rights and Desires that I had published by DEF CON 1 in 2018. My girl Ruby decides that the only way she could possibly be more powerful than she is now would be to hook up with Jacob Stevens, Stardust, the city's preeminent superhero, who also happens to be a billionaire, who also happens to be happily married, but that part doesn't bother her. So with the help of some magical,
some bad moral choices here. Yeah.
She's I do not split hairs about that. She's wicked and I love her for it. She's like, I want to hook up with this guy. And she uses magic and the influence of some magical beings lent to her by someone to whom they do not belong, to make that happen, to get the wife out of the way and hook up with him. By the end of the book, I very much use the old Star Trek: The Next Generation book writing rule, being that I reset the universe at the end of the book. Everything is like I started. So she gets found out. He's mad that she never told him she was a magic user because he hates magic. And the wife comes home and all is well ish.
Not really, because after that is when Femmes Fatale happens. Jacob goes to Seattle to kind of find himself. He's on he's done some bad things too. Like he had this affair with Ruby. He's a happily married. He's a very lawful good guy, right? And he's like, I did this. What do I do?
He has very big feelings. All of his feelings are very big.
They are a little bit fragile though. He is a guy like we're, and so he goes to Seattle and he hangs out with Vivian for a while. And she is now openly a superhero. Like Libations for the Dead has happened. She's out of the closet. People know she's alive. There are complications. Anyway, he hangs out with her and they make a connection and they do hook up, right? And then she goes, that bitch broke your heart. I'm going to go confront her and do something about it. So Femme Fatale happens when Lady Vengeance goes to Cobalt City to confront Ruby. She's not sure exactly what she's going to do. Are they going to fight? Are they going to shout at each other? Are they going to yell at each other? Are they going to, is she going to, use her magic on her? What's going to happen? Well, the thing that happens is the last thing she expected, which is that they find out they have way more chemistry with each other than either of them had with Jacob. And so
wackiness ensues.
It is a enemies to rivals to lovers to rivals to enemies to lovers. Again, the whole book is, and it's awesome. And this started because
it happened by accident. It was an accident.
Totally by accident. You want to tell them that story?
An anthology got proposed where we would co-write short stories in the Cobalt City universe. Let's take 2 characters. No one has full dominion over any of the characters in Cobalt City. It's a shared sandbox. Everybody gets to play with everybody else's toys.
Right.
But there are
superhero crossover team ups, right? That's a totally an awesome superhero thing.
So there are definitely authors who have more like identity with the different characters, and you want to check with someone before you use a character with whom they have the closest affinity. And so the idea was authors taking their characters with whom they have close affinity and teaming them up with other authors' characters, and the 2 authors co-writing each story. And at the time, I was still scared of Erik.
We had never met. She had just read Eye for an Eye, really liked it, and said, I want to mess with this Jacob Stevens guy.
That's true. But so we are talking in an email thread. I think at this point we'd met in person a couple of times, and I was still terrified of him.
Okay.
And Erik says to me, if Ruby and Vivian were ever in a room together, ... And I was like, they would either kill each other or wind up in bed. And he's like, why not both? Let's do this. We're doing this. And I was like, you want to write a story with me? Okay.
I'm completely oblivious to her anxiety. She hides it very well.
Literally squeaks are coming out of my mouth. I'm like, sure. So
I was like, hey, she's a good writer. I'd love to write with her. Why? This seems like a very logical thing to do.
So Erik gets started and he sends it to me, and I love it. And I go in and start doing work on it. And then the anthology gets canceled, which happens all the time, whatever. And
everybody got hit with the busy stick, right? Yeah.
And so we're like, that's fine. And Erik's like, we should just finish this story. We'll probably find a home for it someday. And I'm like, it's so close to done. So we did that. And then we're like, it doesn't have to end here. I was like, so I have this idea. What if? And I wrote one more scene after what would have been the end of the short story. And it was like, this could be a novella. And he's like, at this point, I've got another book that's on contract. He's got a book under contract. Like, we're both super busy. This is like our place to play. Like, this is the thing that's not on deadline. This is just like our creative playground. And we very much enable each other's like worst impulses in the best way. So we just kept playing with it.
COVID happens.
Yeah.
We're stuck indoors. We're isolated away from other people. And we're like, I don't know, this is really fun. This is a great creative outlet.
And then our editor like overheard us talking about it, that we were still working on it. And so she slides into our DMs. She's like, you will send that to me when it's done. And we're like, okay. And 4 years later, it was done. And again, we have been playing with it, like whatever. And we sort of realized we're done. We're done. Are we done?
We wrote an actual story.
We wrote a book, and we sent it to her, and she read the whole thing in like 3 hours. She's like, so I blew through this and I loved it, but because she wouldn't be an editor if there hadn't been a but on that sentence. She's like, really, you've got too much at the end. I get that the romance is the A plot, but what if it wasn't? And what you have here is 2 books. How do you feel about 2 books?
And we're like, yeah, okay, fine. Let's do this. So we're now writing the sequel, which is called Femme Fatale, Bad Intentions.
Yeah. So it went from, it was going to be a short story to it was canceled to let's just play here to 2-book deal.
Yeah. So it's kind of a short novel. It's what, 60,000, 70,000 words, something like that.
I don't even remember at this point. I think it still qualifies as a novella on the Hugo ballot, but like a novel on the Locus, I don't remember. I have it written down somewhere.
It's in a gray area, just as the novel itself is a gray area,
Right.
morally speaking, between these
just
two
as
people.
all the decisions either of these characters have ever made are in a gray area.
And what I was going to say is when we turned it over to our editor, it was like an easy 90,000 words because there were like 20,000 words that were just the epilogue to the story. I am kind of a structured, classic, traditional sort of writer, and I'm like, yes, plot. Let's make there be a plot. And Amanda was like, no.
I am a chaos goblin, and I'm like, no plot, just vibes.
Just vibes. And that worked fine for a while. Until like halfway through writing the book, I'm like, okay, so there has to be an actual plot now. There's too much connective tissue. There's got to be a skeleton. And she was like, fine. So,
Well, I was like, fine, you do it.
Yeah,
but then
that's
he did,
more or less. And then I did. So, it worked out. But we had a bunch of other stuff that we had written, like, just Vivian and Ruby hanging out and surprising each other at each other's domiciles, and Ruby sneaking into Vivian's house again, and Vivian's like, why do I even lock my door? You're a sorceress, of course you can get in here. And she's like, oh dear, you think it's because I'm a sorceress that I can get into your apartment? Anyway, and so there's like this 20,000 word epilogue of just like multiple encounters over the course of an entire year between these two women, like who are sort of dating. I don't know.
But neither of them would say that out loud.
Right. Certainly not in each other's presence.
No.
But I will say that Vivienne would be less quick to correct somebody who made that assumption. And Ruby would be immediate to correct them.
I do not do that. That is not a thing I do. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, she would not.
Yes.
She's the worst. Ruby is the absolute worst. And I mean that in the best possible way.
Well, and so this is a very classic superhero thing of the hero and the villain who are drawn to each other. And there's this romance between them. Like, Batman, Catwoman, Spider-Man, Black Cat, lots of cats involved. Anyway, but what I'm saying is we didn't write that. Lady Vengeance isn't a superhero. She's an anti-hero at best. Okay. She means well, but she's a medium functioning alcoholic due to her PTSD, untreated PTSD, and all of the demonic voices that are keeping in the back of her head, trying to get her to embrace them and, surrender her world to demons. No big deal. No big deal, right? She's an anti-hero at best, and she makes questionable decisions. And then there's an actual villain.
And Ruby isn't like a mustache twirly, I'm here to do evil kind of villain. She's a very like grounded real world sort of villain. She is a billionaire corporate oligarch and a libertarian, and just like makes every decision is a selfish decision. And if that decision benefits you, great, fantastic, glad you're enjoying your life. But that's not why I did it. I didn't do a good thing because it was a good thing. I did a good thing because I will personally benefit from it. She cares about like her money, her power, her influence, her company, her bottom line, and like 3 people.
There is a scene in Rights and Desires when she holds audience with the fascist president of the United States in that world, who happens to be an avatar for the King in Yellow. Yes, that's the Lovecraftian King in Yellow. There is Lovecraftian stuff in this world. And he's a former talk show host, right-wing talk show host.
He's basically a reality TV show guy.
Yeah, he's basically like Donald Trump meets Alex Jones. So just the worst, right? And Ruby just puts him in his place. She needs him because he's still valuable to her.
Well, because he's the president, but yeah, she hates him.
She does not need to like him, and she does not need to make it obvious that she likes him. She is like the Coke sister of the Cobalt City world. And it's fun.
The sequel to Rights and Desires, which is currently undergoing its first big rewrite, he is running for re-election. So we do get to spend a little time with him. And this time she calls him a fascist to his face. In Rights and Desires, she calls him wonderful things like bloviating tick and pusillanimous cretin, which are two of my favorites. But in this book, she literally is like, I don't care that you wanted to skate across the frozen pond of fascism to try to get votes, but like, don't blame the voters who won't like follow you out onto the ice because something, they get all wet. The metaphor tracks. Like, she hates him.
So where can we find this incredible book?
Well, I mean, all of our stuff is currently, although not Libations for the Dead, because it's not out yet, available wherever you like to buy books. You can get it on the big corporate Zon. You can get it at Barnes and Noble. I'm a personal big fan of bookshop.org, which if any of the viewers don't know, you can visit bookshop.org. You can choose a local independent bookstore and then order your books from bookshop.org, technically through that local bookstore. So you are not shopping at the major online retailer. You are benefiting a local indie bookstore, and the inventory on bookshop.org is what you would find on any other online retailer.
You can also go to DEF CON Publishing, defcon1.com, which is our publisher.
I'm like, I have it open.
And order it straight from them. Like, I have been to Jeremy and Don's house. I have seen the boxes of books. They are very good about getting them out. So
that sounds incredible. So y'all mentioned that you were working on a second book, which is super exciting. You have any other projects that you're working on or that are in the pipeline that you can talk about?
In the pipeline, yes, that I can talk about. So I mentioned the Kickstarter. Kickstarter is for the first 3 books that are properly Justice Vengeance specific books. They don't cross over with Cobalt City very much. There are cameos of Cobalt City stuff. Ruby's going to be mentioned a few times, although Libations for the Dead happens before Vivienne meets Ruby. So not at that time. This Libations for the Dead is the first book. The second book, which is behind me on my screen, is called Public Enemy. And that's Marcus Orestes. He's the son of Black Superman in the Justice Vengeance world, and learning about his powers. And Vivienne knew his father back when she was a superhero. So that's their connection, is he is there to learn about his father, and she is there to kind of find redemption by helping him and tutoring him, and together they fight against racial intolerance. It's not a mistake that it's named Public Enemy. That is a band that I particularly enjoy and got to see live once, which was really amazing. The third book is called Fallen Angel and is about Angel DeSantis. Now, when I say that name, it must be made clear that I made up this character long before that guy came to prominence and started ruining Florida. And it's spelled different. Not the same person. And she is the daughter of a couple of the superheroes on Vivienne's team, including, yes.
Are you going to spoil this?
Sure. Vivienne's sister, Athena, is her superhero name. I don't think she has a mortal name at the moment. Mortal name, real name, right? She's just Athena, like Madonna or Beyonce at this point, right? And Vivienne's former flame, Tony DeSantis, the Raven, who is a regular antagonist in most of her work. And so she's technically Vivienne's niece, Angel is, and she is a celebrity superhero. She's eternally online, taking videos, doing press conferences, filming TikToks, starring in music videos. And her story is about the isolation of fame and the pressure of expectations. She might be super strong. She might be invulnerable. She might be able to fly, but she can't get away from those problems. And the Kickstarter is to fund basically those 3 books, and then like the other books that I have in the Justice Vengeance series, including a prequel, which is called Girl Vengeance, because she's a teenager in it. The Downward Spiral, because it takes place in the 90s. And all the chapters are named after big songs from the 90s. It's very fun.
It's very fun. And if you think grown up, like 45-year-old Lady Vengeance is a hot mess, wait until you meet her in her teens.
Her extremely gothy punk. The first chapter starts out with her being arrested, having beat up a couple of white supremacists outside a bar. And then Tony comes to rescue her, and she looks up at him and she says, "Hey, you want to fight some cops?" And then they're immediately fighting their way out of the precinct for no more reason than that they can. So
I mean, Tony is not a good influence on anyone.
No.
Tony's the other worst.
Tony is like if Jason Todd grew up to become Batman, but he had all the Iron Man tech too. So yeah. Which
I
makes
have
him a very
strong
scary
opinions
antagonist.
about Tony, and they are not friendly.
Well, you know,
bad man.
You got to read about it. You'll see.
He's a bad man.
He is, but he's also, in my head, he's played by Pedro Pascal, so he's also a very hot bad man.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
That was fair, but still.
Amanda, what do you have coming up?
Literally nothing. We are.
It's not true.
Since the Tale came out in November, we are actively working on the second book, in which you think it starts after the like happy ending, and so it's going to stay happy. But alas, no, not these two disasters. They can't stay happy for long. They are perfect for each other, but they are not good for each other. So that's happening. And then again, Rights and Desires is getting a sequel. We don't have a pub date for that because I don't have a deadline for that because it's undergoing a pretty major rewrite. Some other stuff happened elsewhere in the universe, and basically I'm having to swap out some of my supporting cast. So I'm switching around some people and finding ways to tell a story with some new characters that I haven't really worked with much before. I spent a long time getting to know the characters before I wrote them into the first draft. And now they're off doing something else. And this period of time is spoken for. And so that happened. I should have pulled the trigger faster, but whatever. So I am working on that. And again, I've also got this diesel punk second world fantasy secret princess book. I call it a queer love letter to anyone who ever stood up and cheered when Princess Leia picked up a blaster and yelled, "Somebody's got to save our skins." That's being queried right now. And hopefully someday that book will be available to be read by the public at large. But right now it's just a sad little document on my hard drive and in several agents' inboxes.
To be really clear, like that was Amanda, right? like she has a room in her house completely dedicated to her Princess Leia swag and stuff.
I'm sitting in I do like my Leia lanyard is here. It's got the Yavin medal on it. Like, yeah. My whole office is Princess Leia. Like I'm wearing Princess Leia earrings right now, actually. Like, I
think the first game that she and I ever played together, I was running a Star Wars game, and it was set between episode 4 and episode 5. And my pitch to her was, I'm running a Star Wars game. Would you like to play actual General Solo or General Organa at the moment, right? I'm like, actual Princess Leia / General Organa. And she was like, yes.
At first, I had to pick my jaw up off the floor. And then I was like,
did such a good job. It was amazing. Well, okay, the premise, we're just going to engage in this geeky tangent. The premise was that it was a Black Ops mission by the rebellion to assassinate Darth Vader. Because really all they knew about Darth Vader is that he was a very powerful figure in the Empire who had a reputation for, always winning battles. But they had someone on the inside, and they thought they could get him into a trap and pilot his Star Destroyer into a sun. That should do the trick. Did it go that way? Oh no.
But we tried.
Did not. You did try. Yeah. That was a good game. I enjoyed that game a lot. I was going to say, when you were talking about the having to replace the characters in your next Ruby book, that's one of the hazards that you get into in a shared world. Like if you're writing in the realms or you're writing in Galarian or something like that, or in Cobalt City in this case, is that sometimes you have real clear images of what characters are like and what they would do and what you would like to do with them, but they turn out to be unavailable to you. And in this case, Manda wrote the whole book with these characters that turned out to be not available. And she was like, oh no, what do I do? And I said, look, it's fine. Have I told you about this character that I created named Yumi Kujikawa? And she's like, no, I don't know anything about this character. I'm like, okay, so the first thing you need to know about her is that she's a bisexual disaster. And Manda's like, yes, I'm in. Tell me about this. So
can't have enough of those. Can't have enough of those.
Yeah, we had some good analogs that you could slip in, and hopefully your conversion process won't be too difficult.
It's going to work out fine, and it really is the kind of thing that happens all the time in IP.
Definitely,
it's difficult when you spend the time getting to know characters and then you write. Because I had tacit permission-ish to use them, as I said earlier. Like no one can't use any of these characters. So I thought I had it in the clear, but then like now I don't. So I was like, yeah, I'm doing this. And our editor's like, actually, no, you're not.
Right.
I'm like, but I did not cry in that meeting.
No, you did not. You handled yourself very well.
I did drink in that meeting, which is probably
true.
Why. But yeah, so it's, you know what? It's professionally leveling me up in a way that I did not know I was capable of leveling up. And so I think I'm going to come out of it a better writer. It's also my first like third person omniscient point of view situation, because when your normal POV character is going to spend a few pages unconscious and you don't want to pull a Twilight Saga and have blank pages. That's a real thing. She did that. So you sort of got to be able to switch points of view around a little bit. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work, but when it gets announced, I'm going to be really excited to talk about it, because it's going to be a good book. It's not yet a good, it's a mess right now. It's full of Post-it flags and like, it's bad, but it will be a good book. There's a good book in there somewhere.
I've seen the draft of the first chapter. You're fine. You're doing fine.
So with all of these cool projects that are coming up, where can people follow you to learn more and watch for your works and your new releases?
So I'm on Twitter, as long as Twitter is still around. Erik Scott to be, it's my handle. You can check out the Kickstarter, which is, there should be a link down in the doobly-doo. And I do also have a Facebook account. If you are a fellow old and use Facebook, again, just my name, Erik Scott to be. And yeah, I talk a lot about my very leftist politics, and occasionally I talk about my gaming and superhero stuff. So please follow me. Let's have a chat.
And I am also on Twitter at Manda the Ginger. Also on TikTok with the same username. Right now, I've decided to make the querying process suck a little less by turning it into a game with prizes. So you can follow along and watch that process. I roll dice a couple times a week to tell me what I'm doing next in the querying process, so that I don't lose my ever-loving marbles. And so far, it's working. I've gotten 2 fun prizes already, so that's cool. And then also, I have a Facebook, facebook.com/thegingervillain. I don't usually remember to use it. And also a website, thegingervillain.com, from whence you can at least get my social media links. But really, if you want to keep up with me, Twitter and TikTok are going to be your best bet.
I also have a TikTok account.
You do have a TikTok account.
I am called,
forget it exists and don't use it.
I am called Erik the Tall Guy because I am very tall. I am 6'7". Yeah. Anyway, that's such an interesting thing about me. Anyway, that's my handle, and I post. Well, I try to post mostly about actual books and stuff, because book talk is pretty cool. I also have a website, erikscotttobe.com. I didn't mention it because I often forget to update it or to mention it.
Right.
Well, that's awesome. We are unfortunately getting close to the top of the hour, so we are going to have to say goodnight to y'all, at least for now. But it was lovely speaking with you. Thank you again for coming to chat with us and for all the energy and all you do at the gaming community and the writing community at large. And we can't wait to see what your next projects are going to turn out and when they're published.
Thanks for having us.
Don't forget, we have a wonderful giveaway today. It is the 2-novel set of Femmes Fatale and An Eye for an Eye. You type hashtag RemPC in the chat, and we will be giving that away at the end of our one-shot that's coming up in the following hours. Don't forget that you get bonus entries and you can impact the upcoming game by donating bits and subs in the chat. All funds help to pay our cast and crew and keep us producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at realtalternis.com/Etsy. Don't forget, Well of the Worlds coming to Kickstarter on April 4th from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, this tabletop role-playing setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover they have powers they didn't have in their home world. Inspired by Japanese Asiaka Portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in the chat and following the projects. Thank you everyone for joining. Thanks for chat, for hanging out, and we'll see you next time, RenPCs.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
We come to you from a darkened corner of one of the seedier taverns of the city of Venice, where two cloaked figures are having a quiet conversation. I have secured you a job. You're going to accompany this scholar. I used to know his mentor and work with him. The scholar is not of the same irk, but the scholar is idealistic too, currently. But he is going to the Spire of Zoloff. Zoloff. Man. Zolfor. That spire was the spire of a great wizard back in the day of the magical kingdoms. He employed many such as you, and he solved some of the problems of the smoke flash teleport. He slides across a writ to you, or a parchment. Inside here is some crucial information that you will provide to the scholar, giving him the information you need. Accompany the party. Copy any of the materials you find and bring them back to me. I'm positive that we will. This is what I've been waiting for. Do you have any questions?
I think I understand. But there's just one problem.
What is the problem?
Loose ends.
You see realization creep across his face. Are you real? And a 156 on an old man sitting in a stool with no defensive bonus. Go ahead and roll me a critical.
Where would that be?
Oh, you're right. That is a D100. Just roll a D100.
Okay.
Hey. An 81. One second. Sorry, should have had this opened.
You mean another chart?
No, just the one chart. The advantage of Rolemaster is I know a lot of the charts by heart by this point. Just have to find the right one. And you rolled an 81 on an E critical. Ooh. Your sword a precise strike hits your foe's eye. He's dead. And there's a plus 20 boost to friendly morale.
I don't think there's anybody friendly left in the room.
You're in a tavern where no one is friendly. So with that in hand, we make our way to the. You make your way to the tavern. To Jameson's Tavern, where you're to meet with a scholar, and we'll be right back.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome all to the One Shot Show Tavern, graciously hosted by Jameson's Tavern in the city of Vestas. This week, we're playing Rolemaster, specifically the Rolemaster Unified system that was released in December of 2022. You can find it on DriveThruRPG. And I've been playing Rolemaster. Let's just say there was a guy, the first guy named Bush, who was president when I started playing Rolemaster. I've enjoyed it a lot, and I think the particular system itself will fit the upcoming City of Vestas stream that I have. So we're going to give it a shot tonight in the One Shot Show. And we're going to start out in like I said, the Jameson's Tavern, where we open up and see a gnome, very scholarly looking gnome. I mean, he is wearing leather armor. However, there's no mistaking the scholarly look that this man has. He is clearly he has a sword on his back, but he is clearly no man at arms. He's going through various papers and such. And Jen, your character is led up to his table. Lauren, perfect. Have a seat. They'll be bringing out dinner in a minute, and our two compatriots are still on their way. Jen, why don't you go ahead and introduce your character?
Yeah, I'm Jen, and I am playing Laurel, and she is a ranger and is it Pyron?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm still getting up on the pronunciations myself, I admit.
That is a part deer, part human. So she is because this is a fantasy game, she's a purple and orange deer.
And I have to say, thank you for putting the extra effort in. You have a seat. There's some ale. There's a pitcher of ale, and he pours you one. Let's see. It's the other two. Now you've gone on these things with me before, but the other two are new. That must be him. There's not that many of them in town. Chris, you see a gnome stand on his chair and wave you over. This is the scholar that you heard was looking for a good strong back.
Bobbard starts walking towards the table, and as he gets there, he's waving down the help, and he's like, "Bring me some goat's milk and your strongest and the strongest stein of bourbon." And it's like, is this the place? You're supposed to one I'm supposed to meet, right?
I believe so. Yes. You are Bobbert?
Yes, Bobbard. You just call me Bob. It's all good, man.
All right, and I believe you are you're a craftsman.
Yep. I hammer spikes and beams. I hit wood really hard with hammers.
Excellent. This would what we possibly will need. Let's see. The last of our party has got to be. I believe he should be around here. Kender, why don't you go ahead and state how you just appear?
So nobody really noticed the gray cloak float into the tavern amidst a group of people, and then quietly separate off as the loud, rowdy group went and got their own table. The person in the gray cloak just kind of stopped, stood in the corner of the room for a while, surveying with dark eyes the entire room, keeping to themselves, not saying anything. Waited until everyone forgot about the stranger in the corner with the gray cloak, and then just steps up to the table, pulls back his hood. I believe this is my party.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Go ahead and describe yourself.
So Zar is a average human height amphibian, gray skin, dark eyes, wears a gray cloak, light leather armor, and as a
okay.
Darting eyes. His eyes are always moving, sometimes in different directions.
Oh, wow.
Is it rude to point out that your eyes aren't the same direction right now? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm just keeping an eye on things.
Okay. Keeping your eyes on the swivel. I can respect that.
Okay. Yes. I believe. Yes, you are the Dabbler Padman. I believe he is the. You are his apprentice. He's your mentor.
Yes.
I was hoping he'd come with you. I knew him when I was apprenticing. He was good friends with my my master.
Yes, he's not able to join us, unfortunately. He did, however, give me this. Set the writ on the table.
Excellent. So this is just what I needed. So we're so I suppose I should tell you why we're all here. That would probably be a good idea right now, wouldn't it? We're here.
You're here to buy us drinks, right?
Well, yeah. Yes. Well, wait. Yep, they're about to start. You hear all of a sudden the bard that was just kind of sitting there playing lightly springs up into a jauntier tune. Everyone, and you see the rest of the place perk up. And all of a sudden the servers come out. And it seems like it's a big production number. Coordinated movements, and they start serving everyone. The entire place. Clumping down bowls of stew and bread in front of everyone, dancing, literally coordinated dancing through the place. They come to Laurel, and they stop for a second. It's just this minor hesitation as they're putting down the stew, and then end up spinning it off so that it ends up in front of Bobbert.
Well done.
One of them whistles, and you see a different bowl fly across the room into the hand of the server, which is placed in front of Laurel, which more fits her dietary restrictions, being basically not able to eat meat. They continue. The net result of this, Bobbert, is that you end up with 2 things of stew in front of you.
Oh, nice.
Which isn't.
I mean, like you don't want none.
I'm like vegetarian, so you go ahead.
He kind of looks at you. He looks at you confused. He's just like, "Where you get your protein? Like, how you build muscles and shit and stuff?"
There's mushrooms and all sorts of plants that can give you protein. Don't you worry about me. You're so sweet.
All right. Just try to look out. And then he pours his bourbon into the goat's milk so it curdles, and then he like eats his booze.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
There's just certain
boozy cottage cheese. This is what I like to call it.
That's just so offensive, and this is Tom saying that.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, the scholar moves on. Okay, so eat up. I will describe what we have to do. Back in the days of the magical kingdoms, there was a wizard by the name of Zoloff. And he has he was renowned for his, two things. His traps, his magical traps, and his abilities. Sorry, I thought somebody was messaging me something important. His abilities to make, like I said, magical traps, and his customization of spells, his magents, magical agents, and he leans in conspiratorially, or assassins, if you believe the stories, were feared throughout the land. It is said they could appear and disappear in a wisp of smoke. With what information I discovered from the last dig that we went on, with Lauren and the Laurel. Man, sorry. Some about last letters of words, last letters of names get me off sometimes. Throw me off. Is a better way to word that. Okay, moving on. And the information that Zardath has provided. Now I have it. I believe I know the way to the spire. It's said that when he died, the forest grew up and shrouded the spire in giant trees. But I believe this will lead us to it. So I have I procured us. I've got a grant from the city master. I've got a writ making this an official archaeological investigation, subject to all the rules of the City of Vestas University Archaeology Department, which will be in place as soon as it's founded. And they have a chance to make rules. But we just have to we know what the right way to do things are, and we will just do them that way.
I like that. So we're in on the ground floor before there's any rules in place. I can work within that.
We're on the ground floor and we're digging.
Oh, you can dig too? Like I just hit stuff with hammers. Like, did you bring a shovel?
Yes. So I procured his horses. Even I was able to find one for you, Bobbert.
You strap two of them together?
No. There is no. It's not complete. Okay, it's a plow horse. But it will suffice and be able to carry you. And let's see. Laurel, let's see. And he spreads out the map so that you can look at it. Give me 1 second here. As I that's the wrong one. Yep. You know what? And Wait, you've got. Laura, why don't you go ahead and roll region lore own. Should be on your character sheet.
Yeah, it's 71.
Okay. All right. So looking it over, your actually, let me. $71. Okay. Looking it over, you can tell that the trip going through your area will actually be pretty simple. There really isn't too much to this. These roads have been pretty well defined. Go ahead and roll region lore neighbors for when it goes outside of your land.
96.
Okay. Now, because these are pretty much just standard, specific, non-specific roles, I'm giving you a plus 50 on it. So that 96, that bumps it well up into the absolute success range for it. And wow. So you have... Sorry, hearing something weird. These headphones, I think, are going. So you are... in the neighboring lands, you're going to be cutting through some areas that are a little bit more tricky. For a good chunk of it, there will be roads, but after that, you're going to have to kind of bushwhack it. So the scholar's next statement kind of makes you pause for a second, and I've gotten us a cart to help haul back any artifacts that we have.
Did you get like an all-wheel drive kind of cart? It's some rough terrain and there won't be roads, so is it off-roading? Or is it not wheels? Is it like a floating cart?
No. I thought I had that. I thought I had the spell. I know I brought back the scroll that had the floating disc spell on it, but the scholar I gave it to, who's an expert in those areas, had some difficulty casting the spell. I'm told his eyebrows are probably going to grow back, and it's amazing what they can do with prosthetics for noses now.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, eyebrows not that big a deal, but your sniffers being gone, that's rough, buddy.
No. Well, we've got Bobbert here, and he's a good, strong lad. We have things. We'll have to take it as far as we can, and then go from there.
All right, let's get down to brass tacks. What's my cut?
Your cut. Oh, yes. After appraisal, the standard fee is 10% of the 10% of the value of the artifacts we return. And items that are deemed not historically significant are, of course, at the discretion of the archaeology master can be allowed to be kept by the participants.
Oh. He leans down to Zardath. Do you know where the archaeology or what? What was that again?
Archaeological master. That would be me.
That's him. Okay.
And if something were unfortunate to happen, who would make the decision then?
Oh, if I was, I don't know what do you mean?
I don't know, something killed you?
Yes, that would be an unfortunate event.
Well, I mean, at that point, without a duly authorized archaeology master, you are required by the writ to leave the site and return with my body to the city and confer with the head of the archaeological department of the city of Vestas University once he's named.
You see Bobbert counting on his fingers, just like trying to figure out the math on, like, if you split it up between 4 people and then one person's gone.
But however, there is now, of course, just in case this is a complete waste of time, you are, of course, paid 1 gold per day. And on days where your specific skill sets are required, you will gain an extra 5 silver. So during the travel time, Laurel will get the extra 5 silver as she is our scout. When it's time to get past the traps, of course, at the dig, it will fall to Zardath. And of course, when we're getting past different things or digging or opening areas, that will, of course, during the actual dig itself, it will be all 3 of you will, of course, get the extra 5 silver.
Okay. So Laurel finds the place. I move heavy stuff, and then Zardath deals with the sketchy stuff. Is that the plan?
Yes, if you wish to break it down succinctly, yes, that would be the plan. And while you've been talking, you've all finished up your meal. So there are I've arranged if you need them. There are some rooms here tonight. Feel free to there is a room available to take advantage of it to sleep, and we will meet first thing tomorrow morning at the northern city gate. Does that sound agreeable?
It sounds good to me. By the way, how many beds are in there? I need 2.
Yes. There was. I knew you were coming, so yes, there is a. They've actually pushed. They've actually pushed 3 together, so you can sleep lengthwise on it.
I can spread out.
Yes. Yes.
Like sleeping all scrunched up, you wake up all cramped and like it's terrible. It's terrible. Thank you for looking out, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate not having to sacrifice my bed for your comfort.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But, you know,
Well,
I'd be willing to share. We could cuddle, I guess.
I'm sure the opportunity will arise for that in the future as well.
I like that. Keeping your options open. Yeah.
All right. At that point, he simply says, "Well, if you have no more questions, I'm going to retire for the evening so that I am ready."
Are they still dancing?
No, the dancing was to do the serving, and then everything kind of settled back down.
Alrighty.
There is still a bard playing, but no dancing. But now, since we're hitting about the 1 hour and we're about to actually start the expedition, is a good time to remind people that typing in REMPC gives you a chance to be entered to win the 2-novel set of Femmes Fatale and An Eye for an Eye. That was generally donated by our Rules of Cool guests, Jen. So, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes, folks. See you soon. Yeah.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed, and the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey, folks, thanks for sticking around. Our intrepid band of archaeologists have gathered the next morning outside of the gate and are ready to be off. Yes, there is a horse there, and it is big enough to carry you. Thing is, it's at the same time, while it's big enough to carry you, it's big enough to have an attitude about it. So
whoa there.
Go ahead and give me a. Well, we'll start out with, just so you can introduce yourself to the horse.
Animal handling?
An animal handling roll.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
58.
58. It is. It takes you a bit, but you're able to get it to do what you come to an agreement with it. It helps the fact that you're actually tall enough to, look it in the eye and actually grab a hold of its.
So like I stroke its mane and
Yep, yeah,
and then I just kind of give a cursory glance under the hood. Like what are we working with? Are we talking male, female?
It is a male.
All right there, buddy. I see where all that fire is coming from. All right, we're gonna call you Butch.
Okay.
Just pats him on the head, even if he has a name. This is just what Bobbert's calling him.
All right. The scholar is up in the wagon, ready to go. The rest of you have normal riding horses, so you don't need to make any specific rolls. So you guys head out. Is there anything that you're specifically doing as you travel?
I'm going to go ahead and request that my horse just be attached to the back of the cart. I'm going to slip into the back of the cart and try to blend in with all the supplies there.
Okay. That yeah, he doesn't have thinks it's sure. I didn't even consider that. But sure. Not a problem. So anybody else do anything different?
I have nothing weird to contribute at this time.
Yep, that is completely fine. Sorry, just setting one thing up real quick.
I'm trying to sing a Havassan travel song while we're on the road. I have no idea what Havassans would sing about, but I'm big and I got hammers. We're going somewhere cool, like that, something like that.
Just out of curiosity, is Bob able to carry a tune, or is it one of those he can't carry a tune in a bucket?
He couldn't carry it in a cart, and he doesn't care. It's just sloshing all out of out of it. Tunes all over the place. These moves are made for walking, and walking's what I'm doing.
Okay. The scholar is handling the wagon okay, and you guys make good time. Takes you about 2 days before you leave leave the what you would consider the city of Vestus is it's a city state, so one city and has control over a certain amount of land around it. Once you bypass the area where the city holds sway, you takes you, like I said, about 2 days to do that. Then another 1 day in the surrounding region. Before you have to go off-road, as it were. At that point, Laurel, do you start scouting ahead?
Yes, and while we're on the road, I will point out all of the different non-meat based products that provide protein, since Bobbard was so confused about my diet.
Yeah, like I don't trust, like, what? Like, there's nothing that has protein that you don't have to chase, right? I just refuse to believe it.
These nuts are so good, but don't eat the blue ones. They'll make you very sick.
Blue nuts are terrible for you. I get you.
Yes, I'll start scouting.
Okay. I believe... Oh, shoot. Hang on 1 second. I just realized something. Give me a second here. Yep. Yeah. Down under... Five. Okay. There should be, if you scroll down to vocation, it should appear or just appear. You can hit scout all the way to the bottom of your sheet.
That is 68.
So close.
Yeah. Okay. Man, Roll20 is not being kind to you today. But no problem. You are, that's, like I said, the routine stuff is plus 70, so it's not an issue. You're able to scout. Looking around, you don't really see anything that is concerning. And can get good. The woods themselves, this area of the the city of Vestus is in a slightly a warm temperate zone of the land. This area is a temperate zone starting to inch its way towards being colder. Therefore, the trees, like I said, they're and this area appears to have not been. The area itself appears to have not been logged in centuries. Plenty of tall, long trees, and the scrub brush underneath is pretty minimal because of the canopy cover. At this point, because you've been able to, you're able to make it 1 day in, and go ahead and give me another scouting roll. Is anybody else doing anything?
After Laurel points out like the nuts and berries, he just gets super hungry and like he's like trying to eat dried squirrel or whatever kind of jerky meat he's got in his pack.
Okay. But as far as Scotty, I mean, you stop at night, you set up a thing. I'm not going to go into the whole part. Well, the whole part of it. Laurel seems to be excellent at being able to find a good campsite and starting fires. Is almost like she can almost like she's doing magic. But if you're okay, so then let's see. You rolled that.
I mean, I know you're a vegetarian, but you got a bow, right? So do you hunt?
We'll hunt when we need to, but like you got to use all the parts too. And so we share our bounty with our neighbors.
Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Like, I see that. It's very good. That's I can respect that lifestyle. I mean, like eating nuts and berries is kind of weird, but I can respect eating or like using all of the animal and trading with your neighbors. That sounds great. So now that I know that you hunt, can you help me like get like a? I almost said deer, but he obviously wouldn't say that to you. Can we get like a? Can we go hunting for some boar or something? Get some bacon. Bacon's delicious. I know you don't understand, but I'm just telling you, it makes everything better.
I feel the same way about Swiss chard, so.
Okay. I mean, I'll try some of your char if you try some. I mean, if you try some of my meat, I guess, like the boar.
It would definitely make me sick.
Oh, okay. Well, then we can scratch
Thank
that.
you for the offer. That's very kind.
Hey, Vardak, what do you eat? He calls back to the cart.
Yes.
Oh, all right. I definitely get down with that.
Okay. Well, do you go out hunting?
How are our supplies looking for as far as like rations and things like that?
Rations and everything are fine. The fresh, fresher stuff is always better, and because the rations you've got will last forever.
Okay.
So doing a little hunting will extend your stuff, and you're pretty sure the scholar didn't really have a good idea of what Bobbert would eat.
Fair. Then yeah, we'll go hunting.
Okay. Both of you give me a tracking roll.
Oh, this is gonna be great because I'm pretty sure I'm bad at it.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. One of your main skills, but I did not put it on your character sheet yet.
Oh, okay. Well, then never
no,
mind.
it's on yours. It's on yours. It's not on hers.
I gotcha.
Um,
I'm not nearly as bad at it as I thought I was.
No, it's something that you'd have to. Let's see. 3, 8. Okay. Go ahead. Both of you can roll left tracking.
Bobber just sticks his nose in the air.
Okay. All right. So, folks, if you take a look over on the let's see. Yeah, to this side of me, you'll see the result there. And you can't quite
I got a 2.
you got a 2.
For a total of 56.
Yep. But what happens is when you get a 2, you roll on the fumble chart. So go ahead and give me a There should be. Go ahead and give me one other D100 roll.
I rolled a 50.
A 50. Okay. Okay. Give me a go ahead and give me a I believe this would be oh, hang on. Let me fix that again. But and yes. Okay. Go ahead and you spot this giant boar. It looks perfect. And go ahead and give me your go ahead and give me your shot. Okay, 153. Nice roll. Bob Art,
Yeah, sounds good.
what is your what is your your defensive bonus? It should be on the top of your sheet.
Okay. You said defensive bonus.
Yep.
Is 6.
6. Okay, yeah. Your defensive bonus is 3 times the quickness stat. And I forgot to put that on there, but I'm just gonna.
And I have a quickness of 2.
Yep, I'm gonna give you an 80 of that. So let's see. So I take 6 off of that 153, drops it down to 147.
Left or right cheek?
You're
you used to be an adventurer, but you took an arrow to the knee.
Yes. Yeah. It is. Well, I got to give her. Sorry. Yeah. It is your. Yeah, I would say it is your right cheek. And you take 8 damage, which I don't have that on the sheet, so I'll just keep track of it for you. Laurel? He stands up quick, and you realize it was Bobbart leaning over.
That I thought was a boar.
Yes.
I mean, it happens all the time. I know I'm pinkish, but
I am so sorry. I got confused. Find some pillow bark. That'll make it better.
I appreciate it. He's like trying to like pull the arrow out of his bum.
Yep. Go ahead and if you give him a hand, go ahead and give him a medicine roll, Laurel. I believe it's on your chart. It will be in a second. Yep, it's not.
I was hoping that Bob would come back to the camp looking like a pincushion.
Okay, go ahead and give it a roll.
$110 and a third.
Yep. Yeah, you can ignore that. There is something up with the character sheet every once in a while. It kind of goes out of whack. But 110 is enough. You get the arrow out without causing any more damage, and he gets back half of the hit points.
Oh, sweet.
I
mean, it's okay. I mean, that little arrow's not that. Yeah, it's not that big a deal.
See,
plus, I got a badonkadonk anyway, so I mean, it didn't get too deep.
Yeah. So you both were on the same trail of the boar, though. That was why he was just a little bit farther ahead of you as you were searching. So why don't you give me another tracking roll?
He's going to make sure to stand behind Laurel this time.
Nope. 57 this time. I rolled a 3. I'm bringing that Tuesday energy in here. Thursday energy. All of that energy.
I've seen it. I mean, I can't say I haven't seen it, but wow, that is you start going off in the wrong direction, but then Bobbart gets you back on the right way.
You gotta gingerly grab your shoulders and just like, no, over here to the right a little bit.
Okay. Both of you go ahead and you do come upon the boar. So who's going to take the shot?
He like pulls out his hammer and he's like, all right. What, do you want me to throw my hammer at it? I'm not used to this hunting thing.
If you're quiet, you can just hit it with the hammer.
Oh, okay. Like, I don't know how to swing a hammer quietly. Like, typically we sing songs over like hi ho and stuff, but like.
Well, okay. What you do is you're going to sneak up on it, which is a stalking roll. Let me fix that thing. What you do?
So stalking?
Stalking. Yep. Go ahead and roll that.
A giant sneaking up on a boar with a giant mallet.
Okay. You are actually good enough that it does not pick up on you right away. Give me one more roll to get within melee range.
He is making the most ginger steps possible. At least his giant, the most ginger steps that his frame can allow. Oh, you said stalking.
Stalking, yes.
Nice.
Okay. What we just saw there is the rollover. If you get a 96 or above, you roll over and get to roll another D100, which resulted in him getting a 203.
I just disappear. It just show up next to the book.
Go ahead and give me hang on one second. That does not look that's right. That is not right. Go ahead and roll melee weapon.
Got a 108.
Okay. Let's see. With that good a stock hide roll, I'm not going to give you surprise the boar. So a 108 on the Warhammer chart.
Come on, pink mist.
Well, that's the thing. You do extra damage because of that. All right. Go ahead and roll me a D100 for a critical.
66.
A 66. Okay. 66s are special crits. A 66 in general in the Rolemaster system are special numbers, but a 66 on a crit is always a kill crit.
Bacon. Yep. Bacon is for dinner.
You are correct. You bring that hammer down on the middle of its back, and you get a red mist. Laurel, possibly the messiest way you've ever seen a boar killed, but he is killed quickly and cleanly.
He looks back to Laurel, like, I did it. And then he kind of like rubs his butt cheek just a little bit.
Okay.
Smart.
All right. You guys are able to take it back to camp. You're able to clean it and everything like that. And you have fresh boar that night. Well, the three of you do.
Hey, Scholar. Hey, Scholar B, you want some?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yes. This is excellent. With this much extra to our supplies, we don't. We'll actually be able to stay out here longer. Excellent. And I will for foraging. And he pulls out this parchment in which he's been taking notes. I've marked you down to both be reimbursed for your work in hunting.
I appreciate it. And then so he's gonna start cutting up the pigskins and whatnot, and he is actually gonna take out some oil, put it in a pan, and he's gonna make pork rinds for the journey.
Okay. There is a think. Go ahead and give me a. That's weird.
Culinary roll?
Go ahead and give me a culinary roll.
Yeah. Well, yeah. 171 and 6 repeat. Got another rollover. That's what I'm talking about.
Excellent. It's always good for a GM to see you get all these rollovers for things that are not, inherently deadly. But you have excellent food. So you all have a great repast. Enjoy yourselves and settle in for the night. I think tomorrow we should be able to reach the spire.
Sounds good.
And
he's on the stomach tonight.
Jen, can you give me another scouting roll for the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Um. Okay. You do a basic circle around the camp. Um. Let's see. Um. Let's see. Yeah. Uh. You spot something that concerns you. Give me a tracking roll, and you can, if you wish to, use some of your power points. It would cost you 3 power points, but you can cast tracking 2 off your ranger base list, and it gives you a plus 50 bonus. So
Yeah, let's do that.
okay, so you'd be able to put 50 in the mod section for tracking. And roll that.
Where is the... Oh, I see it.
Yeah, I decided to go away with the pop-up boxes because they always end up people getting losing that they're there. Okay, you still get another. Looks like the 50 didn't take, so but that's fine. You so adding the extra 50, that's 106 with 156. These are goblin tracks. You're it looks like some goblins were scoping you guys out last night.
Like, that's creepy.
At least in the area.
Well, if your bacon is as good as you say, then they probably wanted some and we didn't share with our neighbors, so.
Well, they should have said something, not just like peeking us through the bushes with their beady eyes. That's weird.
But there obviously is a goblin tribe in the area.
I have 2 questions. One, what is wrong with beady eyes? 2, do goblins taste good?
Ooh, that's a good question. I've never tried them. Oh, and what's wrong with beady eyes? Nothing per se, but when they just start shining through like dark bushes, that's when it gets kind of creepy, right?
You know what's creepy? That little furry thing that's over there on that tree with a big bushy tail, that's creepy. Okay? That's not right.
He turns around. No, is a squirrel? Chipmunk? What is it?
It's a squirrel. Just looking at you.
I mean, yeah, they are kind of weird. I've never seen a squirrel walk backwards. Have you?
No.
Exactly. Can't really trust that, right?
So the goblins aren't a problem right now, though, right? The scholar asks.
No, it's just their tracks.
Okay. No. Let's continue on then. I think we're close. I can just taste that knowledge. You guys break camp. Start making your way. Jen, go ahead and give me another scouting roll. And Zardath and Bobbert, go ahead and give me perception rolls.
Dude, I'm just getting all these rollovers. That's what the green means.
Yep, that is.
I see everything as I walk down the road.
That is just out of the fumble range. Kender.
But I figured.
So, okay. You, obviously it's karma. You killed your mentor, and, so you guys, are, Bobbert, you are seeing, like, signs. I mean, stonemasoning isn't your main thing, but you have done a little bit of it. And you're seeing signs of worked stones. You know, the kind you see around ruins. You know, stuff that tumbled and fell out in the area.
Okay. He starts running his hand along the stone, just like, this old granite. Over there, some limestone.
Yeah.
It must be near some ruins. And he looks to the scholar. How far away are we?
Excellent. No, I'm this is perfect. We're in the right place. Laurel, it's clear that something was here in the distant past. I mean, you've done enough of these exhibitions with him that you have a feel for it. But there's something strange. You keep getting turned around. As in, you progress. It because you can always tell what direction's north, but you keep ending up meandering off.
There is something not right about this place.
What is it?
I don't know. It's like directions don't work.
He's gonna look back to the scholar, and he points to himself, and he's like, I move heavy stuff, he deals with sketchy stuff, and she finds the place, right?
Yes. But I mean, what do you mean the directions don't? You're not sure what direction to go, or
I think I know which direction I'm going, and then it turns out to not be the direction I'm going.
Someone messing with your compass.
Yeah, like north keeps moving, and that's not how it works.
I don't know. Have you? I heard there was like some kind of like moss and tree trick. Did you try that?
Everything is stone?
No, there are trees.
Thing.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah, there are. I mean, you're still in a forest. I mean,
okay.
The stones you were finding were still worked. You were just finding chunks of worked stone.
I misunderstood. Yeah, I'll check the trees for.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you can you can definitely get, and now that you're focused on it, it is it becomes a little bit easier. Go ahead and give me a ranger spells roll to see if you can keep that north pointing spell up.
105.
Okay. Keeping that spell up, you're able to kind of just force yourself to go forward. At this point, though, you all have to abandon the wagon, the wagon and your horses.
All right, you be good now, Butch. Are we slapping them away, or are we tying them up? Like what?
No, we'll hobble them to the cart.
All right, I'll be back. I hope.
Okay. Everybody, give me a perception roll going forward. Okay. Wow. Jen?
Mm-hmm.
I know this is Thursday night, but you don't want to keep rolling threes.
Are you sure? Because it seems to be pretty trendy with me right now.
I don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Together we are yin and yang.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a more. Bob Art just kind of, Bob Art, you find yourself walking next to Laurel. She's real focused on going the direction that you want to go, or that she says you want to go, but she's really not watching what's in front of her.
So I'm like trying to like steer her away from like, I don't know, like little divots in the road or like errant roots.
Errant roots. On one point it was a tree.
Yeah.
Going forward. Zardath, you can definitely feel something working, trying to turn you away. It's a little bit familiar now that it's gotten a little bit more intense, because your mentor used to have this on certain cabinets. It's that same type of like notice me not spell, or there's something more interesting someplace else. But you have to actually, well, I guess actually, let me ask you this question. If the scholar starts to like veer off, do you actively keep him with you, or do you let him walk off?
I will keep an eye on him until I realize that he is under the effect of the effect, and then I will try to subtly be like, the rest of us are over here.
Okay. Yes. There was something. Yes. No. I just this is an interesting variant of the common ash tree. Yes. That's
That's an elm. It's clearly an elm. Says the carpenter.
Yes. Yes, of course. And you all make it. And it takes you a while, but you manage to force your way through. And the trees get denser, packed up amongst themselves, but you finally break through. And what the scholar said was true. The trees around this spire had shot up into the air. These are, Bobbert, these, you could come back with a crew, log these trees. You can't even wrap your arms around them. And they're nice and straight, keep growing tall, no knots, no limbs.
Perfect trees.
Yep, perfect trees grew so fast without the limbs on them.
It sounds too good to be true.
Like magic was involved.
Oh, that too. That can also explain it.
But you eventually do break through and see. There we go. We haven't had an animal in the game yet today. You break through into the trees and see the spire in front of you. It's a tall, spindly stone tower. That probably at least goes 10 Bobbart scale stories in the air.
That's a big one.
Yep. It's clear the door that you see that's actually still on the hinge is approximately 12 feet tall. Yes, we found it. What do we do now?
All right. So what? Do you need me to drag some stuff out of here? Like what's the deal?
Well, we need to get in to explore, but it looks like it's locked.
I should probably take a look at that and make sure that it's not going to teleport away or anything of that. It could also be an illusion. Any number of things that could be going wrong here. So just take your time, explore the area, make sure that there's none of our friends about, while I take a look at this.
All right. Yes, of course.
Oh, just to be clear, you putting us on goblin duty? Is that our friends you're talking about? He says very, very loudly.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Gotcha. And he looks to Laurel and is like, do you see their tracks anywhere nearby? I'll give him some pork rinds this time. He calls out to the guys.
Zardet, do you want to roll traps?
Yeah.
And if you want to use any of your spells, it's just a simple. I'll have the spellcasting roll in. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I was going to say that would be the lock lore.
Yep, that would be a good one for you.
As a plus 20 bonus.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I was in the wrong character sheet. Give me a second. And rolled. Okay, spellcasting should be on your sheet now. You can go ahead and roll it.
Updating. Multitasking with a furry in real life creature. That's
okay. Yep. No, that's right. Okay.
For a second, I thought I had Laurel's roll, so that would have been very unfortunate.
Yep. All right. So you okay. That is that's a plus. Oh wow, they didn't take. Okay. Sorry. I just spotted something that shouldn't have been there. Now I understand from something earlier. Okay. Go ahead and roll. Yep, you get to add a plus 20.
Would this be the traps skill?
Yep, you can roll that to detect traps first if there's any traps in the lock. And then man.
That doesn't seem right. It didn't add in my skill for that.
Okay.
Just the modifier. So it's actually a.
Huh. That is weird. Go ahead and try rolling it again.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do that. That's better.
There you go. Okay. Yes, it is trapped. You're not sure what though. You're not sure what the trap does, but you know if you put a pick in there to try and move the tumblers,
it'll probably be a shocking experience.
It'll be something. It's gonna trigger something, but it looks like it's a magical trigger, which means you can't be sure what it's gonna do. So you have to disable that. Disable that trigger first. It's something you'd seen. You're assuming it is. It's something that you kind of seen, but you haven't dealt with too many magical locks because there's not that many of them around anymore.
Not that many of them. Okay. Traps again to disable the.
Yep.
Can I spend an edge to reroll? At least it wasn't a Laurel roll.
No, it wasn't a Laurel. No, it wasn't an absolute failure either. So, well, you backed off. You're gonna have to try it again. Bobber, give me a just a perception roll.
127.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another traps roll, Kender. The
focus.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. It's a magical trap. I know it's magical. I know that there's just give me a little bit. This is delicate work here. Again, don't want to fireball the party. That could happen.
Yep. Okay. No, you're okay.
Huh.
You get the You managed to get the crystal pulled out of the way. So that you just kind of nudge the crystal that would have been the problem out of the way. Bovert, I believe. Oh, that's smite. Man, I gotta stop this. Go ahead and give me a traps roll yourself.
Got an 84.
Huh. Those guys must have been really big to have put that swinging log trap in place in that spot.
Yeah, and they decided to hang it like that. Like, clearly their craftsmanship's not up to par. Like, they need, like, what they really should do is they should use a fork right here to, like, he just starts, like, rambling off some carpenter stuff that Chris doesn't actually know.
Right, yeah. Well, the thing is, too, it's like the way they did it, it would swing down and hit the door, where it would have been much better if they'd have it swung and sweep in front of the door. That way you're not damaging the door.
Oh, well, I don't care about the door, so I'm going to take my hammer and I'm going to knock this log loose and have it swing into the door.
Right where Zardath is standing?
Timber! Like, timber!
Okay. I'm going to say that's a... Give me an acrobatics roll.
Me or the frog?
The frog.
Okay, sweet.
Just remember, Laurel, before you start laughing too much, you pincushioned Bob. Bob logged me. So whatever happens next, it's the circle of game.
Yeah. Okay.
Circle charts.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. One thing we'll do. That's what it is. That's okay. Now we get it. Locks. Gotcha. Now it'll work. Give me 2 seconds here, and now it will work properly. Okay. If you give it a sec to update, you can go ahead and give me a locks roll. I assume afterwards you'd go and unlock it.
After dodging the huge
No,
log
before dodging it. I should have had you. While he's looking at that, you were working on the lock. So the acrobatics roll will come up after you pick the lock. And okay. You got the lock picked just as you hear timber. And then you decide it's a good time to move. And I feel the same way. Now would be a good time for people to type in hashtag RemPC for your very own copy or your very own copy of the 2 books in our giveaway this week. And we will be back. You can do that while we take a break and check out all of these great Kickstarters and other projects we've got going on. Back in 10, folks.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And we're back, folks. Thank you for sticking around. So, when we last left, Zardath had just gotten the door open, door unlocked. Then he heard the words timber. And he attempted a forward roll into the away from the log trap that was coming down. The door opens inward. And as you move inward, you feel this impact on your back that propels you the rest of the way inside. And then stops. Bubbart, the log swung down, grazed Zardath a little bit, and then stopped right where the door was, but it doesn't go any farther.
So it just kind of like swung down.
Yep.
Like skimmed him, and then like a force field type thing.
It is, except that now that you look at it, you look back. Oh, they had a chain, so it wouldn't, so the trap would just swing down and then stop.
Oh.
How high up is the
warning?
chain? Sorry. My bad, Zardath. I mean, I gave you a heads up, right?
It only hurts a little when I move.
He looks to Laurel and he kind of like says under his breath and then like shakes his head. He's like, "Timber is a universal sign for move, right? Like, you know that."
It usually means a tree is falling, but I could.
Hello.
That was a tree. It used to be.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but yeah. So you're saying that there's a chain keeping it from actually making contact with the door?
Yes. Yep. Or at least this case, since the door's been opened, it from continuing inside.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Well, then never mind. I was like, all right, we're about to string it up and do it again, but now we're good.
The door's open. Excellent. Bobbert, please be. Not everyone understands the
vernacular.
Yes, that's vernacular. The lingo, as it were. So it would be best if you were to give people a little bit more notice.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, we were all newbies on the job at some point. He kind of says more to himself that you guys are just got. All right, from here on out, timber means move your tail. And just like looks to make sure everybody understands.
Excellent. Is it safe to go in, Zardath?
Assuming there's no more logs suspended above, it should be okay to come in.
I mean, the scholar is like vibrating almost.
Like, is that a good sign or a bad sign? He says, looking to the scholar.
Excellent. No, it's perfect. Let's head in, and he digs into some stuff out of his pack. Puts on this elaborate goggles with like lenses that can flip down. Now, everyone, you must follow the rules. It's important not to disturb anything until we have a chance to document its position. And
Bobbert has already picked up the nearest knickknack or piece of rubble from off the floor.
Bobbert, that's Bobbert.
Zardath is running his finger across the dust along the edge of the wall.
And then he kind of after he says it, he kind of like just kind of like.
No. He's just it's important first to look. The art of observing anything automatically changes it. So we want to be at the first step. Just being in here has changed the room.
Doing quantum mechanics? I'm sorry, he wouldn't have.
Yeah. So it sounds like some philosophical stuff. You've heard sailors talk about, talking about if you see, if you hear the mermaid, is she really there? If you're the only one on deck, that type of stuff. Sounds a little bit like that stuff. But no, just look through. Be careful and check out everything. On the first floor, this honestly doesn't appear to be too much. Down here, it's clearly a waiting room. There are some books, but they look to be kind of carelessly left there.
Is this where they keep their fanfic?
Well, no, it's more. There's looks like comfortable chairs, padded chairs, which is actually kind of amazing that they're still in good shape. And the books are on tables. There appears to be a desk area off to the side, near the stairs, where somebody could sit and survey the entire room. There's a table off to the side that has a pitcher in it and some trays you've seen in fancier places as far as having foods kept in them. There is one brown square left in one of the trays. It's about 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches. Chocolate brown. What?
Yeah. Is it like a brownie or like a chocolate bar?
It is a brownie, yes.
I tap it with my hammer. Is it like hard and like?
Okay, your hammer wouldn't be the proper tool to tap it with.
I have a twig that I brought in from the forest.
Yep. Yeah. It's pliant, kind of like a nice piece of bread. Heavier sourdough bread, but maybe, and possibly a pastry. You've seen some of them.
Now Chris wants a sourdough brownie. I want to try how that comes out.
Excellent. Okay, this is the waiting room or the audience.
Doc?
Yeah?
Shouldn't this be crumbled and gone if there's nobody living here?
Oh. Excellent find, Zardath. Oh yes, you're earning your 5 silvers today. And he comes over and looks. Yes. There must be a spell of preservation on these.
I mean, is that the only way? I mean, couldn't someone just eat a brownie 5 minutes ago?
You think someone's in here?
That's not my job. My job is moving heavy stuff. He does the sketchy stuff, and then she does the finding stuff.
Perhaps.
Professor Doc.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, what's the possibility that someone may have taken up residence in this abode, this spire? Because I'm not sure that our writ in the city that comes from the city and its laws would apply to someone else's home. I believe that would be considered a crime, known as breaking and entering. So I want to make absolutely certain that you know that no one is living here.
Give me 1 second. If
Not that I have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that I know where we stand on the legal grounds in the case that it comes up in a case.
well, we've got the right to investigate, of course. Oh wow, I was not thinking about that. Okay, go ahead and give me an influence roll, Zardath.
Oh dear. Nice.
Yes, of course. Could someone have the key? You had to pick the lock.
Well, if there's a back door, perhaps they use that instead.
The writ. The writ definitely does not cover if someone's living here. If it only covers the handling of demised bodies. In fact, the proposed.
Oh, well, in that case, we'll just have to make sure that they're all bodies when we go exploring. Okay, got it.
No. If someone's living here, it's their home. We'll have to start negotiating with them and talk to them.
I think he wants to make them not living in this home. I think that's where he's getting at.
Well, yes, of course we can. We could, of course, buy the right to deal with the archaeological part. That would be excellent. Zardath and Laurel, could you both? You're the fleetest and lightest of feet of us. Would you mind checking the rest of the building to see if anyone is here, so that we can confirm that we don't have to start negotiation?
Bobbert is gonna kind of look at himself, kind of like self-consciously. He's like, I've been working out lately. I'm not that heavy.
No, I can't do that for you, Tom.
Well, I mean,
I believe somebody in chat put a trademark next to Laurel Rolls. So
Yep.
It's a thing now.
I think it's the new rum shirt.
Wow. I mean, you haven't.
I've had like 2 good rolls tonight.
Yeah. Out of 6. Okay. Well, you can definitely go upstairs. It's just the thing about it not being quiet. Um,
Stairs are for city people.
you're running up the wall. Okay. Bobbert, you see Laurel. Go ahead and give me a ranger spells, Laurel. Just got to check and make sure you don't fumble.
Why did you jinx her like that?
I didn't jinx her like that. If I said got to make sure you don't fumble, she won't fumble. See?
I put up the double cross fingers for her and everything.
Yep. See? No. She yeah, she kind of runs up the stone. So Laurel, describe
Like
how
bounty.
you search the place for people.
I'm trying to apply my outdoor searching skills indoors is what's happening.
Okay.
So I'm trying to run up like the little kid run where you try and get as many stairs as possible in one step.
Yep.
And because, you know, the fewer movements I make, the quieter I'll be.
Yes.
But stairs are for city people and not something that I am accustomed to. And then I try to propel myself forward and have to stop myself short at door frames and things like that to try and search for.
Okay. All right. All right. So you stop and look. But you're doing a quick search. You know, looking around to see if there's signs of anybody on each floor as you go up it.
Yes.
Okay. Zardath, you'd done good in just kind of blending and disappearing, and so people didn't notice you were already heading up the stairs. And then Laurel just blasts past you, running loudly, stops at the second floor, looks around quickly, and then shoots up the other. How are you searching?
I am silently just stalking through as few upper body movements as possible, trying to be aware of my surroundings, you know, making sure that I don't step on things, and keeping an ear out for my companion as she goes clattering across the rooftop. I mean, across the floors above me. Heathens. And I will step through and carefully look in each room, doing a systematic search.
Okay. All right. Then give me a perception roll for the first floor, or the second floor, technically.
It's nice having all these skills. It's even nicer when you have good skills.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Is there a chart for that?
No, there's no chart for that. Well, yes, technically there's a chart for that, but the chart really is just simply that if with the addition that I put on, which can go anywhere from 0 to 70, common tasks being plus 70. Anything above a 175 is a automatic success or a outstanding success. So you're able, first off, nobody's been on this floor for many years. I'm not sure if you were just feeding the scholar a line of crap to get him to let you go upstairs first or not. But if you believe that brownie wasn't sitting there forever, no, that's not the case. There's nobody's been in here for years. However, you do find a set of keys and what looked like a what looks like a set of trap disablement keys.
Oh, definitely grabbing those.
Yeah. You could see how they're, well, it's one ring and it's like they're kind of paired together. Oh,
Does that one ring kind of like rule them all?
Yes, one key ring to unlock them all. If it follows the same pattern that you saw downstairs, there's one side of the key has this outer ring around it with a tab off of it that can be used to push the trap to disable the trap. Then you put the key in and turn it, and it works fine. And I would have made you roll for that, but you had done lock lore and had a really good roll on that lock let down there, so you understand it. So you find that the rest of this place, it looks like this is just servants' quarters, kitchen, that type of place. But this would be where any cooking was done. And there's been no sign it's been used in many years. It's cleaner than it should be for centuries, but the whole place is cleaner than it should have been for centuries. But there's no sign that, anything's been used. Laurel, go ahead and give me 3 perception rolls.
See if I can see anything.
Yes. Well, that's that. Yeah. Nope. And partially also to get you farther away from your glitch, from your fumble thing.
Just so I can get the next one.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So you managed. You make it up 3 stories. No sign of anybody. No sign that anything's been done. So you start going up the next 4 or the next 3. Kendra, give me a search for the second floor or the third floor.
Apparently, somebody chased the rolls in my direction.
You find a skeleton. This area appears to be, honestly, you're familiar enough with it that you can look at the rooms. This would be apprentices staying here. Rooms are better than the servants' rooms downstairs, but they're still pretty plain. But they do have bookshelves in them where apprentices would keep their collections and stuff like that. You stayed in a similar one when you were actively at your mentors.
the skeleton is appear to be recent?
No.
I mean,
no, it's not juicy or anything like that. I mean, it's an Avanarch.
Have the clothes fallen off?
No, the bedclothes were, yeah. The bedclothes appear to have been sustained by whatever's in the building. But the skeleton doesn't have any of that juiciness that it would have. There is discoloring on the bed sheets that make you realize that it did, basically break down here. This is the only
obvious signs.
What was that? Any signs of
any obvious foul play or cause of death?
Unless person was poisoned, which it's impossible to tell now. No flesh. There'd be no signs of it. No, it looks like natural causes. It's tough to tell. And this is the only room that had books in it still, out of all of them.
I'm going to take a second twig out and make sure to leave it in the doorway.
Yes.
Then break off little pieces of the twig to make an impromptu arrow pointing in towards the...
Okay.
And then I'm going to go ahead and head up to the next level.
All right, give me another roll. Laurel,
do I still hear Laurel?
Yes. Laurel, go ahead and give me 3 more rolls when you get a chance.
More perception rolls?
Perception rolls, yes. Okay. Okay, Laurel, this is where things get interesting. That last floor you get into, now you're into looks like the evil laboratories, or the laboratories at least. Different devices, work tables, all sorts of. It's tough for you to tell because you don't spend not sure you've ever set foot in a library. Actually, no, you did. You did deliver some herbs to one once. But that was it. So kind of looks like that. And then Kender, this looks like the wizard's place. The wizard's
main room?
Yes.
I'm going to spend an extra amount of time making sure to look at all the books and see if there's anything that catches my eye, so to speak. Anything that would be resembling a list of incantations or rituals or...
Okay. All right. We will figure that out. Bobert, give me a perception roll.
73.
That brownie. It
looks so tasty.
It looks good. I mean,
you know what? I've been good today. You know what? I'm due for a treat. And I'll totally take a bite out of this big, fluffy, sourdough-esque type brownie.
Okay. What? Don't put that down.
What?
Put that. Goblins.
Oh, you spit it out already. He says he spits out the brownie. He's like, hey guys.
Okay, Laurel, you make it basically the next couple floors are these laboratories, no signs of anybody. And then you hit the top floor, and it is books. Shelves and shelves of books. And it probably goes up 3 stories. There's, those ladders that, go up high that look like people who wanted something off the top could be able to climb and get. Rows of them and everything, but no signs of anybody. And then your sensitive ears hear Bobert calling you from below. What do you say, Bobert?
We got friends. I'd like to offer them some pork rinds.
Offer them pork rinds.
I told them I would share. I'm a Havistan of my word.
Okay. Well, I mean, they've got this spear that they're poking. They're poking in your direction. Maybe they want you to put the brownie on the end of the spear.
He obliges.
They're not asking you to put the brownie on the end of the spear. Go ahead and go ahead and give me well, for initiative, all we have to do is roll quickness.
Alrighty. I got a 4. You got significantly more than a 4.
Wow, you rolled a 2. Jeez.
I did. And I only had 2 quickness. So I got a 4.
Okay. Laurel, did you see how to roll quickness?
I'm pretty sure the books in the room that Laurel's in are going to go before Bob does.
That makes sense. I'm too busy shoveling brownies and pork rinds in my face.
Okay. All right. You hear him crying about friends. What are you doing?
I'm gonna head back down.
Okay.
Head back that way.
All right. You doing it the fast way?
Yes.
Okay. That'll still take you 2 rounds. But okay. Bobbert. What is Zardath doing?
I'm just sitting there flipping through a book calmly as Laurel goes flying by.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You do hear Bobber bellowing about something. Okay.
But this is an interesting recipe for something that I'm sure that Bobber would be very interested in. I'll just bring this with, just in case.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see here. Let's see, you have a 6 defensive bonus, if memory serves.
Correct.
Okay. The spear comes at you.
Alrighty.
And let's see. They are small, and yours is okay. They stick you with it. It hurts, but it's like 5 hit points out of your 100.
Ow.
That you have. So 3 of these little goblins are advancing upon you with these spears.
All right, I've tried being nice. I've offered you brownies and pork rinds, and you're poking me with sticks. The Pokemon battle music starts, and he grabs his hammer.
Okay.
I tried to give you my food. Does an 86 hit?
86 on your hammer. Wow. Okay. Yes, it does. Give me a crit.
$47.
Okay. He tries to block it with his arm. However, the force transfers to his. The force knocks him out of the way, and he kind of goes tumbling. Off
You
to the
want
side.
seconds?
Okay. At that point,
yeah, do I get another one or?
yes, you do. You do have multiple attack skill. That does give you another one if you want to do it. Go ahead.
Boom, 145.
Ooh. Okay. That definitely gets a crit. Uh, 85. Ooh. Okay. Yep. You bring your other hammer down on one of their skulls. And you're pretty sure that was a squish sound.
I was hired to do the heavy stuff, and I guess there's nothing heavier than killing a man.
Okay. So then you hear then some arrows fly in.
Oh no.
Mm.
Not again.
It's not me this time.
Uh,
I wish I was there so I could yell timber.
Okay. All right. You. Yeah, this is gonna. Your upper chest and arms get pelted with arrows. About
We're talking like Boromir.
Yeah, actually that's a fair point. That is a fair comparison. The difference is these are goblin arrows, so they're smaller. They're not that, 150-pound pole longbow that Uruk-hai was shooting. Yeah, was using. So the but yeah, there's like, all across your chest you get like 10 arrows in it. That actually stings a lot. You're not sure you can take another one of those shots again.
If I'm allowed to cut and run, I will, and I'll definitely be screaming, "Laurel, I need some more of that bar."
Okay. At this point, you guys hear, Laurel, you come down and just in time to see the scholar being dragged out by 3 goblins.
Hello, that's our scholar. You should get one of your own, please.
Yeah, Bobber, you are able to slam the door shut.
That sucks.
Laurel, what do you land amongst them and attack them?
Yeah, we don't get paid if he's dead, right?
That is very true. You actually have to get him back. So, all right, go ahead and what kind of melee weapon would you like your character to be using? And go ahead and roll it.
Probably some sort of short sword.
Okay. All right. Then that will. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh. Okay. Give me a critical.
84.
Okay. You take the Highlander approach to the problem, and off with the goblin's head. The other one of the others stops and charges you. What is your defensive bonus? Should be at the
36.
36. Okay.
You know, if there was only one, then that would have been made this a lot quicker.
Yep. You nimbly step to the side. Your faster lithe form prevents them from hitting you. Okay. Is Zardath running downstairs? Because you actively hear combat down there, or are you just walking down the stairs?
I wasn't as far away as Laurel was.
Right.
So I'm moving quickly, but making sure that I can approach stealthily, and if I need to use a spell to do that, then I will go ahead.
No, pretty much your spells. It's this. Your spell would be, there. You're fine. You're able to do it. You kind of. It doesn't take you as long. You come around the corner and see, looking down. You see that the scholar is being held by one of the goblins, and another one is facing off against Laurel, and a third is staining the floor. That's what you can see from that angle. Bobbert, you closed it, but that one is still in the room with you, and
is it me or is it him?
It's him. He takes another stab at you.
Okay.
Nope. He hits you for some damage, but no critical. So it is your turn with him.
Alrighty. He is a goblin, right? So
yes, he is.
I'm actually going to pick him up with my giant hands. And I am going to rock bottom him through the nearest piece of furniture.
Oh, okay. That's good. Property damage.
Yeah.
Always good to include that in the fights.
That'd be unarmed. Oh, yeah, I rolled unarmed.
Yep, that's correct. That's unarmed. Yep. Man.
I rolled an 81.
Okay. He does actually dodge you getting hold of him.
Come here, you slippery little.
Yep.
Does that still work with multiple attacks? Can I reach again?
Yep, you could try with your other. Yes, that you can do. Yep, you can try with your other hand.
Ooh, it looks red, so I rolled a 5 plus 65. What does that mean?
Okay, so go ahead and roll 1d100 again.
Is this one of those Laurel rules I keep hearing about?
This is a fumble. Yes. This is a Let's see. Okay, I'll have to hunt that down. Okay. All right. You go to grab him and you think you have him, And then you go and basically just smash your fist through one of the chairs, through the comfortable seating cushions.
Damn.
And your arm is stuck.
Help me, big bro. I'm stuck in the.
Yeah, you're stuck. You basically you get stuck in the couch. You hear everybody hears a loud crash. As in furniture's being broken. And the scout goes, "No, not the furniture. We haven't cataloged it yet." Okay. Laurel, you have first attack.
All right. I will attack the next. There's still goblins hanging around.
There were 2 goblins. There were 3 goblins. From what you could see, there are 3 goblins. One you killed. The other one attacked you. The third one is trying to drag the scholar away. Looks like to a back door.
Okay. I'll go after the one that's dragging the scholar away.
Okay. All right. You've got the footwork skill, so that takes care of the minus 25 you'd get for running while attacking or running with swords. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Don't run with swords, kids.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and roll a crit.
48.
Wow. Okay. You might not actually kill him for the first, right off the bat. Okay. You slash the hand. Go ahead and pick odd or even.
Odd.
Okay. You slash the hand that is holding the scholar, allowing him to break away and step back. Zardath, what are you doing?
I will go ahead and slip up behind the one that Laurel just slashed.
Yes.
Hand of, and do sneaky, stabby things to him.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll your. It's an instant. This particular spell that you'll be casting to allow you to do it is an instant spell. So go ahead and roll it. Roll your spell casting, and as long as you don't laurel it, you should be fine.
I'm both amused and saddened that that laureling is a verb now.
Right.
Okay. Yep. You got good. You cast a spell. Go ahead and roll your stabby, and it will modify your critical. Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll a critical.
It's going to either be very, very good or very, very bad.
Oh. Okay, well, you can boost that up because your stabby maneuver. You can boost that up a little bit. No. You go for a headshot, but it twists its head right at the right moment, and the point of your sword glances off of its head. I mean, it left a nasty wound, but nothing that is fatal.
But he'll remember me.
Yes.
When he looks in the mirror that doesn't exist anywhere in his world. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Laurel, go ahead and actually, I don't have to. I have your thing. I've started slipping into Shadowrun. The one that attacked you last time tried to attack you again and missed. The one that you and Zardath attacked. Oh, he actually rolls over. So he has a shot worth of a critical. Let's see. Okay. Thrust of foe's arm starts a bleeder. You are bleeding at 1 per. Did get a nice good cut on you. And Bobert.
I mean, it's not too late to have some pork rinds. Guy is one. Yep. He's trying to pull himself out of the cast.
Yep. No. Yeah. You get stabbed, but just for damage, no crit. Seems to be having trouble getting through your hide.
If only Laura were here, this is when he'd be like, protein. I'm telling you, you got to eat the meat.
Okay. What are you doing to attack?
Since he's he got one hand stuck in the chair. Yep. Can I just kind of like hit him with the chair? Just like
this isn't a chair per se. It's actually
like a throne or something.
A bench. It's actually a bench. It had a padding on it, which actually was handy because that's what got you caught up. You hit the cushion, broke through the wood, but then the padding came around your arm and just kind of is caught up. You're trying to rip it out. So yeah, it's not. You can't. It's part of the wall. I mean,
gotcha. All right. Well, then if I can't, he's gonna like try to like pull it from the dealie, and he realizes he can't, so he's just gonna like do like a mule kick back towards the dealie. That's kind of
okay.
The goblin is trying to come after him.
Go ahead and give me a unarmed roll. I'm going to give him a little bit better of a DB than I have been.
All right. All right. 85.
Yep. All right. He manages to dance back a bit. You can try to yank your arm out.
I will do that. What do I need to roll?
I would say roll strength.
Alrighty.
It's small, but there is an icon there. Click.
I'm good at finding small buttons.
20. Okay, you end up trying to yank, but you fall back inside. You're like stuck further in now.
Damn it.
Laurel, what are you doing?
It will keep slashing at goblins.
Okay. The one you wounded already, or the one that has been attacking you unsuccessfully?
I'll go with the one that we wounded, since it is closer to the scholar.
Okay.
It is a 161.
Okay, go ahead and roll a crit.
43.
Okay. Yeah, that is you managed to that's enough. You get a good shot to his leg, and that finishes him off. Zardath?
I will go ahead and the other one here in the room. I will go ahead and how quickly do my spell points return?
Overnight, but you haven't used that many.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do the spell again, so that I can do a.
Yep. Yep. So go ahead and spell casting, and then your melee, then your short sword attack. That's enough?
Okay. Oh.
Okay, go ahead and give me a crit.
Yes.
Okay, that raises it up to an 86. Actually, no, an 80. You didn't have an extraordinary thing, but that bumps it up one spot on the it bumps it up one spot on the thing. Yeah, you hit some organs on its way through, and he kind of stands there shocked for a minute, and then drops to his knees.
It's okay. Your friends will be joining you shortly.
I'm gonna hand wave the last goblin, because I'm assuming the two of you just gang up on him. There's really no way he could survive.
I tell him to kick him really good. Kick him really good. Yeah. Get him.
Yep. No. Okay. Dad, you kill the last goblin. I can't believe a find like this and it's occupied.
Well.
Well, it just means you that's how you know you got something good here, Doc, Professor, Scholar, whatever your title is.
One note: this is your last chance. Go ahead and type in REMPC in the chat for a chance to win the 2-novel set of Femmes Fatale and An Eye for an Eye by Eric Scott DeBay and Amanda Cherry. We'll be doing that. We're just about to finish up now, and we'll be doing that drawing quickly.
So, Professor, I have a solution.
Okay. What's the solution?
I'm not sure how well, you may or may not appreciate this, but as the legal ownership of the Spire is currently in flux, you might say, I'm just going to declare myself owner of the Spire, and that will go ahead and take care of everything.
I mean, that sounds right to me. I mean, I'm a carpenter, not a lawyer, but
he kind of looks at Laurel.
I'm master of the Spire now, and I'm declaring that. And he goes over and he picks up one of his twigs and kind of dabbles it in some of the yes, and then goes ahead and writes owned by.
But this is highly irregular. You're here, but just had this. We'll have to go back to the city and get this properly adjudicated.
I don't think that the city has jurisdiction this far out. So, and it's obvious that this is my property now because it has my name on it. Sorry.
I mean, I'm sure there is the ancient and sacred rule of squatters' rights, right?
Now, I would be more than willing to exchange a lending program for anything which I find here in exchange for, food gifts, security provisions, things of that nature that the city might consider providing in exchange for viewing here different scrolls and books that are part of the property.
So I'm taking that Bobbert's that. Okay, GM question. Laurel, are you just kind of staying neutral in this discussion?
Yeah, I'm not sure that she would have any real strong feelings since she comes from a culture where they tend to share things.
Okay. And Bobbert, you're basically behind Zardath.
Yeah.
Especially once he helps you get your arm out of the couch.
Yeah, I'm just bleeding a lot, and I just want this to be over so I can finish eating pork rinds.
Yeah. We're going to have to change the rules to take care of situations like this in the future. You realize that when the university is formed, this type of thing won't be allowed. But that doesn't help me now.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win. Everybody comes out ahead.
Let's start the cataloging of what you're going to lend the city then. And probably should get these dead bodies out of here.
Yeah, I don't want them to start. And there's also an apprentice on the next level that is going to need to be removed. There's
someone living here?
He was living here at one point.
Oh, how? You found a dead body. You found a gravesite.
I found remains.
Okay, but you found it. But that's a gravesite.
I mean, if we found a body in the road, is that a gravesite?
No, because that's public, but this is a closed off area, so it's a tomb. You found an entombed body.
Well, so if we open the door, then is it? Never mind.
Well, then you have to catalog everything, and he starts going through what all the process is and everything like that, and seems to forget that he basically got swindled by Zardath. With Bobart's help. Bobart's help. And that is the end of the game, folks. Thank you, all three of you, for playing. Thank you especially to Jen, she's been on stream for a while now, starting 7 o'clock with the Rules of Cool interview. So I do appreciate that. What did you guys think? You've all played different systems. Honest opinions.
I dig it.
Okay.
It was weird for me, but I liked it. You guys know that I tend to like to play very, very crunchy. Like I try to fucking break the game every time I roll dice. And then this was a nice change of pace for me. I was like, I'm gonna pick someone that doesn't actually fight, so I'm gonna be like a carpenter, and then I ended up crushing stuff anyway. But it's all good. It was fun, and I really like it.
Good. All right. Anyways, that is it for this one-shot show. Let's just check one thing real quick. Okay, and we do have a winner. The 2 books go to Amber Bella. Wow, bully the GM. That is so nice, Amber. Congratulations, Amber Bella. You have won the 2-book set. We'll reach out to you for your email address. This was a lot of fun. Come back here next week for when Gen Con TV is back. I believe Rem will be back in the interview chair at 7 o'clock, or interview couch at 7 o'clock. And we will be, what was it? Sorry, drawing a blank here for a second. And we'll be playing Emerald Glitch. Again, back with more Shadowrun. If you're interested in more Rolemaster or more of any kind of role-playing games, go ahead and join Rem's Discord. We've got games opening up there all the time. Some are recorded, some are not. Some are just for fun. That. Having said that, I believe that is the end, unless anyone has anything else to push. I believe our next stream on the REM channel will be Thursday night, or not Thursday night. Tonight's Thursday night. Sunday night at 7 p.m. on the Master of REM Twitch channel. And then on Monday night, we'll have the 100th episode of the Paranormal Albany, inspired by the Dresden Files, where they get to fight everybody. Every supernatural creature I can think of from the Fey Realms is just going to descend on Albany, and they have to defend it. I plan on having fun. And that's it. Hope everybody has a great week, and we'll see you soon. Good night.
Much love.